Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us towards something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. But recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior, it just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom.
Have you ever considered the immense power that lies within the simple act of staying silent? In a world filled with constant noise and chatter, the idea of embracing silence might seem both daunting and intriguing. Yet, it is often in these quiet moments that we discover profound truths about ourselves and the world around us. Words have immense power. They shape our reality, influence our emotions, and impact those around us in profound ways. As the ancient teachings suggest, our words can be likened to the sharpest knife in the world, capable of cutting deep into the hearts and minds of others. This dual-edged nature of speech means that while our words can be a source of great strength, they can also be a significant weakness if not used wisely. Imagine a situation where a person receives an encouraging word from a friend or mentor at a crucial moment. This simple, kind gesture can boost their confidence, inspire them to overcome challenges, and lead to their success. On the contrary, consider a scenario where someone is subjected to harsh criticism or negative remarks. These words can leave lasting scars, causing emotional pain and diminishing their self-worth. In daily life, we often encounter moments where the choice of words can make a difference. For instance, a teacher's encouraging feedback can motivate a student to excel, while a parent's gentle words can soothe a child's fears. However, when words are used carelessly or unkindly, they can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and strained relationships. The balance between speaking and silence is crucial. Knowing when to speak and when to hold back can be a powerful skill. Speaking kindly and wisely at the right moments can open doors to opportunities, build trust, and foster positive connections. Conversely, unkind or untimely words can create obstacles and lead to difficulties in our personal and professional lives. This delicate balance is at the heart of the story we're about to explore, a tale that underscores the transformative power of silence. Through the journey of a troubled king and a wise Buddhist monk, we will delve into the profound impact that silence and mindful speech can have on our lives. By understanding and embracing these principles, we can learn to harness the power of our words and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The King and the Buddhist Monk Story, Part 1. Our story begins in ancient India, in a serene forest far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. In this tranquil setting lived a renowned Buddhist monk, known throughout the land for his wisdom and meditative prowess. His peaceful demeanor and profound insights attracted many seekers of truth, including kings and commoners alike. One day, a king, despite his immense wealth, fame, and luxurious lifestyle, found himself in a state of deep restlessness and dissatisfaction, no matter how many treasures he accumulated or how much he indulged in the pleasures of his royal life. Inner peace eluded him. Desperate to find a solution, the king decided to visit the famous monk, hoping to discover the secret to tranquility. Upon meeting the monk, the king poured out his troubles, confessing that he felt constantly tired, frustrated, and upset. "Respected monk," the king pleaded, "I have everything one could desire, yet there is no peace within me. My mind is perpetually restless. Please help me to rid myself of this turmoil." The monk, listening intently, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, the answer you seek is already within you, but you have not yet discovered it. I propose an experiment. If you are willing, I believe it will bring you the peace you desire." Intrigued but skeptical, the king agreed to follow the monk's guidance. The monk's plan was simple, yet challenging. For the next 15 days, the king would stay in the monastery, living as a common monk. During this period, he was to remain silent and speak as little as possible, focusing on solitude and self-reflection. The king, though anxious about the prospect of such a drastic change, consented to the monk's plan, hoping that this experiment would finally bring him the inner calm he desperately needed. Part 2. The king's experience. On the first day of his stay at the monastery, the king found it incredibly difficult to adhere to the monk's instructions. His mind was more restless than ever, filled with an endless stream of questions and thoughts. Used to giving orders and engaging in constant conversation, he struggled with the enforced silence. Every passing hour seemed to amplify his unease, making the task of remaining quiet feel nearly impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to speak and vent his frustrations, the king resisted. He stayed in his assigned quarters, sitting quietly and observing the simple life of the monks around him. As night fell, a surprising sense of calm began to wash over him. He couldn't understand why, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of happiness. The following days brought new challenges but also new insights. As the king continued his silent vigil, he began to notice the beauty in his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. He watched the delicate dance of flowers swaying in the breeze, the intricate patterns of birds in flight, and the serene flow of the nearby river. These simple observations brought a sense of connection and peace that he had never experienced in his opulent palace. By the 10th day, the king's inner restlessness had significantly diminished. He found himself spending more time in silent contemplation, appreciating the tranquility of nature and the simplicity of monastic life. On the 12th day, something remarkable happened. As he sat in meditation, his eyes closed on their own, and he slipped into a deep, serene state. For the first time, his mind was free from worry and distraction, immersed in profound inner peace. During the final days of his stay, the king's experience deepened further. He spent hours in meditation, feeling a sense of joy and fulfillment that he had never known. The transformation was so profound that by the 15th day, he approached the monk with newfound clarity and gratitude. Part 3, Revelation and Transformation. With a calm and reflective demeanor, the king expressed his gratitude to the monk. "Respected monk," he began, "I have discovered the root of my troubles. I realized that my constant talking and negative thinking were the sources of my restlessness and failures. This excessive chatter and criticism drained my energy and clouded my mind, making it difficult for me to focus and succeed." The monk listened attentively, nodding in understanding. The king continued, "During these 15 days of silence, I experienced a transformation. I found that by speaking less and observing more, I could connect with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. I learned that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a powerful tool for achieving it." The king's realization was profound. He understood that his previous behavior, talking excessively and often negatively, had not only affected his mental state, but also his relationships and effectiveness as a ruler. The silence had allowed him to introspect and understand the value of measured, mindful speech. He shared with the monk how, in his moments of quiet reflection, he had gained insights into his own behavior and its impact on others. I saw how my words could hurt or heal, and how my silence could bring clarity and peace. These 15 days have taught me more than years of royal counsel. Part 4. Monk's Teachings. The monk then shared his wisdom, reinforcing the king's newfound understanding. Your experience is a testament to the power of silence, he said. Silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a state of inner calm and awareness. When we are silent, we can hear the whispers of our own soul and connect with the deeper truths within us. He explained that silence is the first step to self-discovery. By quieting the constant chatter of the mind, we create space for introspection and inner growth. The monk recounted a story of Gautama Buddha, who often remained silent to dive deep within himself, discovering profound insights and wisdom. Silence allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, the monk continued. It helps us become more patient and aware, leading to greater clarity and understanding. When we speak only when necessary, our words carry more weight and are more likely to be received with respect and consideration. The monk emphasized that excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. By embracing silence, we can reduce these negative interactions and foster a more harmonious environment. He encouraged the king to continue practicing silence and mindful speech, not just for personal peace, but also to set an example for his kingdom. The story's broader implications, the monk's teachings, extended beyond the king's personal transformation. He highlighted the broader implications of embracing silence in our daily lives. Imagine a world where people spoke less and listened more, he said. There would be fewer arguments, less restlessness, and more understanding. He pointed out that many of the world's problems stem from miscommunication and hasty words. By learning to be silent, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Silence can act as a buffer, giving us time to think before we speak and ensuring that our words are thoughtful and kind. The monk also discussed the role of meditation in fostering inner peace. Meditation is a practice of silence, he explained. It helps us connect with our inner selves and find calm amidst the chaos of daily life. By spending time in solitude and quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of tranquility that permeates all aspects of our lives. He encouraged the king and others to spend at least 20 minutes alone in solitude every day. This practice, he assured, would bring positive changes, helping individuals become more patient, aware, and connected with their inner selves. In conclusion, the story of the king and the monk underscores the transformative power of silence and mindful speech. Through his journey, the king discovered that true peace and happiness come from within, and that silence is a key to unlocking this inner tranquility. By speaking less and listening more, we can connect more deeply with ourselves and others, fostering a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The monk's teachings remind us that our words are powerful tools that can heal or harm. By embracing silence and practicing mindful speech, we can reduce conflicts, enhance our relationships, and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace. This story serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of finding balance between speech and silence in our lives, and the profound impact it can have on our overall well-being.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci," "You're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality. protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. "Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening." However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth. This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage, and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming. Deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video. In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: true confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good, or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself. so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy. It's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
12 signs of poor boundaries. Imagine navigating through life without the weight of constant worry, resentment, or self-doubt. Picture a reality where your sense of self remains unshaken, no matter the external pressures. This serene existence is within reach, rooted in the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and the mastery of setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries profoundly impact our lives, influencing our relationships, mental and physical health, and our very identity. In this enlightening discussion, we explore the 12 signs of poor boundaries, unveiling how these often overlooked aspects can entangle us in toxic relationships, exhaust our mental and physical health, and erode our true selves. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, each sign is dissected, offering timeless strategies to reclaim control, build resilience, and live with greater integrity and purpose. Ready to transform your life and relationships? Let's uncover the wisdom behind setting boundaries and embracing your true self. Number 1. Neglecting personal growth. Neglecting personal growth is a telltale sign of poor boundaries, a concept deeply rooted in the Stoic philosophy. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of self-improvement and living a life aligned with virtue. When one overcommits to the needs of others, personal development is often sacrificed. This neglect not only stifles one's potential, but also leads to a life unfulfilled. The Stoics remind us that the highest good lies within, and thus we must prioritize our own growth to achieve true contentment. Embracing the Stoic principle of continuous self-improvement requires setting boundaries that allow for reflection, learning, and the cultivation of inner virtues. By doing so, we honor our true selves and contribute more meaningfully to the world around us. Remember, personal growth is not a selfish endeavor, but a necessary foundation for a life of wisdom and resilience. Set boundaries that protect your time and energy, ensuring that you can focus on becoming the best version of yourself. In doing so, you not only elevate your own life, but also inspire and uplift those around you. Number 2, over-focus on others. The Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of balance, especially when it comes to our focus on others. Over-focusing on the needs of others at the expense of our own well-being is a clear sign of poor boundaries. While helping others is a noble pursuit, it must not lead to self-neglect. The Stoics urge us to maintain our inner tranquility and self-care, for only then can we be truly effective in our service to others. Excessive self-sacrifice leads to burnout and diminishes our capacity to support those we care about. By setting healthy boundaries, we ensure that our efforts to assist others do not come at the cost of our own health and happiness. In Stoic terms, this balance is achieved by recognizing our sphere of control and focusing on what we can manage, our own actions and reactions. Protect your well-being by establishing clear limits on how much you extend yourself for others. This practice not only preserves your energy, but also enhances the quality of your support, allowing you to serve from a place of strength and stability. Number 3, the loss of self. Losing one's sense of self is a profound consequence of poor boundaries. The Stoics champion the idea of knowing and embracing one's true nature, staying steadfast in one's principles and purpose. When boundaries are weak, individuals often absorb the identities and roles of those around them, leading to a diluted sense of self. This erosion of personal identity is contrary to Stoic wisdom, which emphasizes self-awareness and authenticity. To live a virtuous life, one must maintain a strong sense of self, unshaken by external influences. Setting firm boundaries allows you to remain true to your values and inner compass. The Stoics remind us that our primary duty is to ourselves, to cultivate our character and live in accordance with our principles. By doing so, we not only preserve our identity, but also offer genuine and unwavering support to those around us. Protect your sense of self by clearly defining your boundaries, ensuring that you remain rooted in your true identity, regardless of external pressures. Number 4, fear of rejection and abandonment. Fear of rejection and abandonment can cripple our ability to set healthy boundaries, yet Stoic wisdom offers a path to overcome these fears. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate resilience and independence, focusing on what we can control: our thoughts, actions, and reactions. This internal strength diminishes the power of external fears. When we fail to set boundaries due to fear of being left or rejected, we give away our peace of mind. The Stoics urge us to seek contentment within ourselves rather than relying on external validation. This shift in perspective empowers us to establish boundaries that protect our well-being without the anxiety of losing others' approval. By embracing the Stoic principle of inner resilience, we become less dependent on the whims of others and more grounded in our own worth. Set boundaries confidently, knowing that true relationships will respect and honor them. In doing so, you create a life anchored in self-respect and inner strength, immune to the destabilizing effects of fear. Number 5, resentment and annoyance. Resentment and annoyance often arise from overextending ourselves due to poor boundaries. The Stoics advise us to manage our emotions by accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our own actions. When we neglect our boundaries, we often find ourselves frustrated and resentful, feeling taken advantage of by others. Stoic wisdom teaches us that these negative emotions are indicators of our own missteps in maintaining boundaries. By recognizing and addressing the root cause, our failure to set limits, we can reclaim our peace of mind. Establishing clear boundaries is an act of self-care that aligns with Stoic principles. It allows us to interact with others from a place of balance and composure rather than frustration. Accept the responsibility for your boundaries and use them to protect your emotional well-being. By doing so, you transform resentment into tranquility, fostering healthier and more respectful relationships. Number 6, inability to say no. The inability to say no is a common sign of poor boundaries, and Stoic philosophy provides valuable guidance on this issue. The Stoics remind us that true self-respect involves making choices that align with our values and well-being. Saying no when necessary is a form of self-care and integrity. When we consistently agree to tasks or favors out of fear of conflict or disappointing others, we compromise our own needs and values. The Stoic advocate for a life of virtue, which includes the courage to say no when it is in our best interest. This practice not only preserves our energy and focus, but also ensures that our commitments are genuine and meaningful. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to your true nature by confidently setting boundaries and saying no when needed. This act of self-respect not only enhances your own well-being, but also fosters more authentic and balanced relationships. Number 7, passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is a subtle yet destructive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism promotes clear and honest communication rooted in respect and understanding. When we fail to set and communicate our boundaries directly, frustration and unmet needs often manifest as passive-aggressive behavior. This indirect expression of dissatisfaction creates confusion and resentment in our relationships. The Stoics teach us to address issues head-on with calmness and clarity, ensuring that our interactions are based on mutual respect. By setting clear boundaries and communicating them openly, we avoid the pitfalls of passive aggressiveness. This approach fosters healthier relationships and aligns with the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with others. Embrace the courage to communicate your needs and boundaries directly, creating a foundation of respect and understanding in all your interactions. Number 8, people-pleasing. People-pleasing is a clear indicator of poor boundaries and a significant barrier to living a virtuous life. Stoicism teaches us to seek inner contentment and integrity over external approval. When we prioritize pleasing others over our own needs and values, we compromise our true selves and invite imbalance into our lives. The Stoics remind us that our worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by our own virtuous actions. By setting boundaries that honor our true nature, we live with authenticity and self-respect. People-pleasing often stems from a desire for validation, but Stoicism encourages us to find that validation within. Cultivate the strength to set boundaries and prioritize your own well-being, knowing that true respect and admiration come from living in accordance with your principles. Number 9, oversharing. Oversharing is another sign of poor boundaries that Stoicism addresses through the principle of discretion. Sharing too much information too quickly, especially without establishing trust, can lead to vulnerability and regret. The Stoics advocate for measured and thoughtful communication, sharing only what is necessary and appropriate. This practice not only protects our own well-being, but also fosters trust and respect in our relationships. By being discerning in our interactions, we maintain our dignity and avoid the pitfalls of oversharing. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of caution and discretion, ensuring that your communication is both respectful and prudent. This approach strengthens your boundaries and enhances the quality of your relationships. Number 10, difficulty making decisions. Difficulty making decisions often stems from poor boundaries as we struggle to balance our own needs with those of others. According to Stoic wisdom, we must exercise our rational mind to make decisions aligned with our values and virtues. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control and to act with clarity and purpose. When we are torn between overextending ourselves and honoring our commitments, it indicates a lack of clear boundaries. By setting firm limits, we empower ourselves to make decisions confidently and with integrity. Embrace the Stoic principle of rational decision-making by establishing boundaries that support your values and well-being. This practice not only enhances your own life, but also fosters more respectful and balanced relationships. Number 11, mental health impacts. Poor boundaries significantly impact mental health, a concern that Stoicism addresses through the cultivation of emotional balance and resilience. The Stoics teach us to manage our thoughts and emotions, recognizing that poor boundaries can lead to anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. By setting clear boundaries, we protect our mental well-being and create a foundation for a more balanced and fulfilling life. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and self-reflection help us maintain our emotional equilibrium, even in challenging situations. Embrace the Stoic principle of self-care by establishing boundaries that support your mental health. This approach not only enhances your own well-being, but also allows you to be more present and effective in your relationships. Number 12, dependence on external validation. Dependence on external validation is a pervasive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism encourages us to find validation within ourselves, recognizing that true worth comes from virtuous living. When we constantly seek approval from others, we compromise our own values and invite instability into our lives. The Stoics teach us to cultivate inner contentment and self-respect, relying on our own judgment and principles. By setting boundaries that prioritize our well-being and integrity, we free ourselves from the need for external validation. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of self-reliance, ensuring that your actions are guided by your values rather than the opinions of others. This practice not only strengthens your boundaries, but also enhances your sense of self-worth and fulfillment. Mastering the art of setting boundaries is not just about protecting your peace, it's about reclaiming your true self and living a life of purpose and resilience. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism, you can transform your interactions, nurture your mental health, and cultivate a sense of inner tranquility that remains unshaken by external chaos. As you reflect on these 9 signs of poor boundaries, consider how they manifest in your own life and how you can start making changes today. Remember, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and a commitment to living authentically. We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. How have boundaries, or the lack thereof, impacted your life? Share your stories in the comments below, and let's continue this journey toward greater wisdom and self-awareness together. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insights on living a balanced and fulfilling life. Stay wise and stay true to yourself. 10 Stoic lessons to force yourself to take action. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored wilderness, a place teeming with potential but shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Every step you take forward promises growth, wisdom, and fulfillment. Yet the journey is daunting, and the first step is the hardest. What if I told you that hidden within ancient texts is the key to unlocking your inner strength, propelling you forward with unwavering determination? Picture this: emperors and slaves, soldiers and scholars, all guided by a philosophy that transformed their lives. Stoicism. Today, I will share with you 10 powerful Stoic lessons that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals, turning hesitation into action and adversity into opportunity. Are you ready to ignite your inner fire and take control of your destiny? Let's embark on this journey together, uncovering the timeless wisdom that will inspire you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 1. Turn challenges into opportunities. Imagine facing a formidable obstacle, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The immediate reaction might be to shy away, to retreat into the comfort of inaction. But what if we embrace this challenge instead? Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not just a hurdle, but a chance for growth and transformation. Consider the mighty oak tree, which grows strong and resilient, not in spite of the winds that batter it, but because of them. Each challenge we face is like those winds, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. By shifting our perception and focusing on what we can control, we harness the power within us to turn obstacles into opportunities. Instead of asking, well, why me? We can ask, wait a minute, what can I learn from this? This mindset shift is the essence of Stoicism. It empowers us to see every setback as a setup for a comeback, every failure as a step towards success. When we embrace challenges, we discover our true strength and resilience. We transform adversity into a crucible for personal development, emerging stronger and more capable. So, the next time you encounter a challenge, remember, it is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone on your path to greatness. Number 2, make good habits a habit. Imagine starting each day with a routine that energizes and prepares you for whatever lies ahead. Good habits are the foundation of a fulfilling life, and Stoicism places great emphasis on cultivating them. The key is consistency. Just as a sculptor shapes marble into a masterpiece through persistent chiseling, we can mold our lives through daily practices of mindfulness, gratitude, and discipline. Picture a garden that flourishes because the gardener tends to it every day, even if only for a few minutes. Small, consistent actions lead to significant, lasting changes. Start with one habit. Perhaps a few minutes of meditation or jotting down things you're grateful for each day. Over time, these small acts accumulate, transforming your mindset and your life. The Stoics believed that by integrating virtuous habits into our daily routines, we align our actions with our highest values, leading to a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, commit to your habits with patience and perseverance, knowing that each step brings you closer to the person you aspire to be. Number 3, develop your purpose. Through virtue, living a life of purpose begins with understanding and embodying our core values. The Stoics taught that virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the pillars of a meaningful existence. Imagine your virtues as the North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. When we align our daily activities with these principles, we find a deeper sense of purpose and direction. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who ruled with wisdom and justice, guided by his Stoic beliefs. His actions were not random, but purposeful, driven by his commitment to virtue. By reflecting on our values and ensuring our actions reflect them, we cultivate a life rich in meaning. This alignment empowers us to make choices that are not only beneficial to us, but also contribute to the greater good. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to virtue, and you will discover a profound sense of fulfillment and purpose in every endeavor. Number 4, begin with small steps. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This ancient wisdom resonates deeply within Stoicism. Faced with daunting tasks or overwhelming goals, the Stoics teach us to break them down into manageable steps. Picture a mountain climber focusing on each handhold and foothold rather than the daunting peak. This approach combats procrastination and builds momentum. By starting small, we achieve incremental progress, each step reinforcing our commitment and capability. Consider a writer crafting a book, not by writing it all at once, but by completing one page at a time. This method not only makes the task less intimidating, but also ensures steady, consistent progress. Embrace the power of small steps. Each modest effort compounds over time, leading to significant accomplishments. Begin your journey today, no matter how small the step, and watch as you steadily move toward your goals with determination and resilience. Number 5, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, a tool to shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Imagine viewing your life through a lens that highlights abundance rather than scarcity. Practicing gratitude daily can transform your perspective, fostering a positive and motivated mindset. The Stoics believed that appreciating what we have, however small, enriches our lives and propels us to act with joy and contentment. Picture ending each day by reflecting on 3 things you are grateful for. This simple practice can enhance your overall well-being and motivate you to pursue your goals with renewed vigor. Gratitude not only uplifts us, but also builds resilience, enabling us to face challenges with a positive outlook. By cultivating gratitude, we create a fertile ground for growth and action, nurturing our spirit and empowering our journey towards a fulfilling life. Number 6, simplify your life. In a world cluttered with distractions, simplifying our lives allows us to focus on what truly matters. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a minimalist approach brings clarity and purpose. Imagine clearing away the non-essential, creating space for meaningful activities and relationships. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and prioritizing quality over quantity, we free ourselves to act with intention. Think of a clear desk, devoid of clutter, where each item has a purpose. This clarity extends to our minds and actions, allowing us to focus on our goals with laser-like precision. Simplification is not about deprivation, but about discerning what is truly important. Embrace the Stoic principle of simplicity and watch as your life aligns more closely with your values and aspirations, enabling you to act with greater purpose and clarity. Number 7, stop procrastinating. Procrastination is the thief of time, a habit that hinders our progress and growth. The Stoics remind us that our time is finite and precious. Imagine living each day with the awareness that time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By embracing the present moment and committing to purposeful action, we overcome the inertia of procrastination. Consider the Stoic practice of memento mori, reflecting on our mortality to inspire urgency and focus. This mindset encourages us to seize the day, to act now rather than defer our dreams and responsibilities. Picture a warrior preparing for battle, fully present and ready to engage. This is the Stoic approach to life. Engage with purpose, act with intention, and conquer procrastination. By living each moment fully, we maximize our potential and achieve our goals with vigor and resolve. Number 8, discipline yourself. Self-discipline is the bedrock of Stoic philosophy. It involves recognizing our power to control our own lives through disciplined actions aligned with our greater values. Imagine a ship navigating stormy seas, steered with unwavering focus towards its destination. Discipline keeps us on course, even amidst life's challenges. By consistently practicing good habits and exercising self-control, we develop a strong character and resilience. Think of an athlete training daily, each session building strength and endurance. This disciplined approach extends to all areas of life, enabling us to overcome obstacles and achieve our aspirations. Embrace self-discipline as your guiding principle, and you will find the strength to navigate life's storms with grace and determination, always moving towards your highest goals. Number 9, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, the art of being fully present in the moment, is a powerful Stoic practice. Imagine a calm lake, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. Mindfulness brings us this clarity, reducing stress and increasing focus. By incorporating mindfulness practices into our daily routine, we enhance our ability to act with intention and clarity. Consider the Stoic exercise of reflecting on the day each evening, assessing our actions and thoughts with a clear, objective mind. This practice fosters self-awareness and personal growth. Mindfulness helps us navigate the present with grace, ensuring that our actions are deliberate and aligned with our values. Embrace mindfulness and experience the peace and clarity it brings, empowering you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 10, embrace imperfection. Perfection is an illusion, a standard that can paralyze us with fear. The Stoics teach us to embrace our imperfections and see failure as a natural part of the journey. Imagine a potter shaping clay, each mistake guiding their hands towards a more refined creation. Accepting that we are not perfect allows us to take risks and act without fear. This Stoic principle encourages resilience and continuous improvement. Think of a scientist conducting experiments, each failure a step closer to discovery. By embracing imperfection, we learn and grow from our experiences, becoming stronger and wiser. This mindset frees us from the fear of failure, empowering us to act boldly and pursue our goals with confidence. Embrace your imperfections, and you will find the courage to take action and achieve greatness. These Stoic lessons are not just ancient wisdom, but practical tools that can profoundly transform your life. By embracing these principles, you can unlock personal growth, resilience, and a deeper sense of purpose. Imagine living each day with clarity, strength, and unwavering resolve, empowered by the timeless teachings of Stoicism. This is not just philosophy, it's a way of life. I encourage you to start integrating these lessons into your daily routine and witness the transformation for yourself. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these Stoic lessons resonates the most with you? How do you plan to incorporate it into your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with others who might benefit from these powerful insights. Let's continue this journey together, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics and taking meaningful action towards our goals. Thank you for watching, and remember, the power to transform your life lies within you. 12 things every 20. Something needs to learn before it's too late. Have you ever wondered what truly sets apart a life well lived from one filled with regret? As you navigate your 20s, it's easy to get caught up in the frenzy of dreams and ambitions. But what if the key to a fulfilling life lies in the wisdom you cultivate along the way? Imagine having a roadmap that guides you through the complexities of youth, helping you avoid common pitfalls and embrace timeless truths. In this guide, we delve into 12 essential lessons every 20-something should learn before it's too late. Each lesson, rooted in the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, offers practical wisdom to enrich your journey. Let these insights transform the way you live, think, and grow, leading you to a life of purpose and fulfillment. 1. Respect people with less power. True character is revealed in how we treat those with less power. It's easy to show respect to superiors or peers, but the real test lies in our interactions with those who hold no sway over our lives. The waiter serving your meal, the janitor cleaning your office, the intern making copies. These individuals deserve the same respect and kindness as anyone else. Stoicism teaches us that virtue lies in our actions and attitudes. By respecting everyone equally, we cultivate humility and empathy. This practice not only elevates others, but also enriches our own character. Remember, power dynamics are transient. Today's subordinate might be tomorrow's leader, and your treatment of them can leave a lasting impression. In the grand scheme of life, we are all interconnected, and respecting each person reinforces the dignity of our shared humanity. Let your actions reflect your values, demonstrating that respect is not a currency to be traded, but a fundamental principle to be upheld. As Seneca said, wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. Embrace this wisdom and let respect guide your every interaction. 2. Be hard on your opinions. In the pursuit of wisdom, it's essential to be rigorously critical of your own opinions. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-examination and intellectual integrity. Opinions, while everyone has them, must be continuously scrutinized and tested. This process involves challenging your beliefs, recognizing your biases, and being open to change. A Stoic understands that clinging to unexamined beliefs leads to ignorance and stagnation. By subjecting your views to rigorous analysis, you ensure they are well-founded and robust. This practice not only sharpens your intellect, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the world. It is through this lens that you can engage in meaningful dialogue and contribute to a more nuanced discourse. Remember, wisdom is not about being right. It's about striving for truth. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide you to a life of intellectual rigor and continuous growth. 3. Prioritize mental health. Mental health is as vital as physical health, yet it often goes neglected. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner peace and resilience. To navigate life's challenges effectively, one must cultivate a sound mind. This involves recognizing the signs of mental strain and taking proactive steps to address them. Engage in practices that promote mental well-being, such as mindfulness, meditation, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Don't hesitate to seek professional help when needed. There is no shame in prioritizing your mental health. A Stoic understands that true strength lies in acknowledging vulnerabilities and taking steps to fortify oneself against them. By caring for your mental health, you build resilience and maintain the clarity needed to face life's adversities with grace. As Epictetus wisely noted, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Make mental health a priority, ensuring you are equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a positive example for others to follow. 4. Cultivate financial literacy. Understanding and managing finances is crucial for long-term stability and peace of mind. Stoicism teaches us to prepare for the future while living virtuously in the present. Financial literacy equips you with the tools to make informed decisions, avoid debt, and build a secure future. Begin by learning the basics: budgeting, saving, investing, and understanding credit. These skills not only help you navigate the complexities of the financial world, but also prevent undue stress and anxiety. A Stoic approach to finances involves moderation, discipline, and foresight. Avoid the pitfalls of consumerism and instant gratification. Instead, Focus on sustainable financial practices. Seneca wisely remarked, "Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool." By mastering your finances, you gain control over your life, allowing you to pursue your goals without being hindered by financial woes. Cultivate financial literacy as a lifelong habit, ensuring that you can live freely and prudently. This knowledge not only secures your future, but also empowers you to make positive contributions to your community and those around you. 5. Exercise. Physical exercise is indispensable for a balanced life. Stoicism advocates for the care of both mind and body, recognizing their interdependence. Regular physical activity strengthens the body, sharpens the mind, and lifts the spirit. Whether it's jogging, yoga, weightlifting, or a team sport, find a form of exercise that you enjoy and make it a part of your routine. Exercise not only enhances physical health, but also improves mental clarity and emotional stability. It acts as a natural antidote to stress, anxiety, and depression. A Stoic understands the importance of discipline and perseverance, and regular exercise embodies these virtues. By committing to a fitness regimen, you develop resilience and fortitude that transcend physical benefits. As Marcus Aurelius advised, you must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. Let exercise be a foundational action in your life, contributing to your overall well-being and enabling you to face life's challenges with vigor and grace. 6. You don't have to have a dream. In a world obsessed with grand ambitions, it's liberating to realize that you don't need a lifelong dream to find purpose. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present and find fulfillment in our daily actions. Instead of chasing a singular, elusive dream, commit to short-term goals with passion and dedication. This approach, known as being micro-ambitious, allows you to derive satisfaction from the process rather than the outcome. Life is unpredictable, and rigid, long-term plans can obscure opportunities that arise unexpectedly. By concentrating on what's in front of you, you remain open to diverse paths and experiences. Embrace each task with pride and diligence, and knowing that meaningful achievements often come from sustained effort in the present. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let go of the pressure to have a grand dream and instead cultivate a life rich in purpose through mindful and deliberate actions. This way, you ensure that each moment is valuable, leading to a fulfilling and adaptable life journey. 7. Define yourself by what you love. Defining yourself by what you love rather than what you oppose fosters a more positive and fulfilling life. Stoicism encourages us to focus on virtues and values that uplift us, instead of identifying yourself through negations, what you don't like or what you stand against. Celebrate the things and people that bring you joy. Be vocal and demonstrative about your passions. Whether it's music, art, literature, or a cause you believe in, let these positive forces shape your identity. This mindset shift not only enriches your own life, but also spreads positivity to those around you. It's easy to fall into the trap of negativity and criticism, but a Stoic finds strength in love and admiration. Marcus Aurelius suggested, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on what you love, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment. Embrace this principle and let your passions guide you toward a life filled with meaning and joy, creating a ripple effect of positivity in your community. Listen, be a teacher. Teaching is one of the most noble and impactful roles one can undertake. Stoicism emphasizes the value of sharing wisdom and knowledge. Whether formally or informally, be a teacher whenever possible. You don't have to make it a lifelong career. Even a short stint can be profoundly rewarding. Share your ideas and experiences generously, helping others grow and learn. This practice not only benefits your students, but also deepens your own understanding. By teaching, you solidify your knowledge and gain new perspectives. Moreover, it cultivates patience, empathy, and communication skills. As Seneca said, "While we teach, we learn." Embrace opportunities to educate and inspire others, whether through formal teaching, mentoring, or simply sharing insights with friends and colleagues. This commitment to spreading knowledge enriches both you and those you teach, creating a legacy of wisdom and compassion. Let the Stoic principle of virtuous action guide you in being an exemplary teacher, contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of your community. 9. Embrace failure. Failure is an inevitable part of life and a powerful teacher. Stoicism teaches us to view failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace your failures with grace, understanding that they provide invaluable lessons and insights. Each failure is a step toward improvement and resilience. By accepting and analyzing your mistakes, you build the strength to overcome future challenges. This mindset shift transforms failures from sources of shame into catalysts for personal development. Remember, even the greatest achievements often follow numerous failures. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Let your failures be the way forward, guiding you toward greater wisdom and capability. Cultivate a stoic attitude toward setbacks, seeing them as essential components of your journey. This approach not only enhances your resilience, but also inspires others to persevere. Embrace failure as a natural and beneficial part of life, leading you to continuous growth and success. 10. Remember, it's all luck. Acknowledging the role of luck in our lives fosters humility and compassion. Stoicism reminds us that many factors influencing our successes and failures are beyond our control. Recognizing this helps us remain humble in our achievements and empathetic towards others. We're all subject to the whims of fate, and understanding this can dissolve arrogance and judgment. It's important to strive and work hard, but equally crucial to acknowledge the serendipity that accompanies our efforts. This perspective encourages us to support and uplift others, knowing that their struggles might be due to circumstances they cannot change. As Seneca wisely observed, "Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity." Embrace this stoic wisdom by preparing diligently and accepting the role of fortune. This balanced view nurtures gratitude for our blessings and motivates us to share our good fortune with others, creating a more just and compassionate world. By remembering the element of luck, we cultivate a life of humility, empathy, and generosity. 11. Don't rush. Life is not a race, it's a journey to be savored and explored. Stoicism teaches us to live in the present moment, appreciating the process rather than fixating on the outcome. Don't succumb to the pressure of having everything figured out immediately. Life will unfold in its own time, bringing a mix of joys and challenges. Embrace each phase with patience and curiosity. Rushing through life not only causes unnecessary stress, but also makes you miss the beauty of the present. As Epictetus advised, no great thing is created suddenly. Take time to reflect, learn, and grow at your own pace. Understand that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Focus on making the most of each moment and let your path reveal itself gradually. By slowing down, you allow yourself to experience life more fully and meaningfully. This stoic approach encourages a balanced and fulfilling life, where each step is valued and each experience is a lesson. Embrace the journey and let go of the need to rush. 12. Don't seek happiness, as happiness is an elusive goal that often slips away when pursued directly. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from living virtuously and fulfilling our duties. Instead of seeking happiness, focus on leading a meaningful life. Engage in activities that align with your values, contribute to the well-being of others, and develop your character. Happiness, when it comes, will be a byproduct of a life well lived. Avoid the trap of constantly chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. These are fleeting and unreliable sources of joy. Instead, cultivate inner peace through self-discipline, wisdom, and compassion. As Seneca noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Shift your focus from seeking happiness to creating value and living with integrity. By doing so, you will find a deeper and more enduring sense of fulfillment. Let Stoic principles guide you, leading to a life of purpose where happiness naturally follows as a consequence of virtuous living. Your 20s are a time of exploration and growth, and these 12 lessons are your compass for navigating this transformative decade. Embrace each insight with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch how they shape your journey towards a more fulfilling life. If these lessons resonate with you, don't keep them to yourself. Like this video, share it with your friends, and join our community by subscribing to our channel. Together, we can continue to uncover wisdom and grow stronger every day. Your journey to a wiser, more purposeful life starts here. Don't miss out on the next steps. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more enlightening content. Have you ever wondered why, despite being constantly connected through social media, many of us still feel isolated and undervalued? It's a strange paradox of our modern times. We're surrounded by people, yet often feel unnoticed by those who matter most. If you've ever felt like you're not as important to others as they are to you, this video is for you. Today, we'll explore ancient Stoic wisdom to help you become more valued and appreciated by those around you. 1. Prioritize your own needs. Imagine you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop. What's the first thing they tell you to do? Put on your own mask before helping others. In life, the same principle applies. Often, we sacrifice our own needs for others, leading to burnout and lack of self-respect. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that self-mastery and self-knowledge are key to a meaningful life. By understanding and prioritizing your own needs, you build a foundation of self-respect that naturally attracts others. For example, set aside time each day for self-care, whether it's a quiet moment with a book, a walk in the park, or a hobby you love. 2. Cultivate independence. Think of a lighthouse standing tall and firm amidst a storm. It doesn't rely on anything else to shine. Similarly, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-reliance and independence. Making decisions without constantly seeking external approval makes you more confident and attractive to others. People respect those who can stand by their beliefs and values. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but being the captain of your own ship. For instance, take charge of your career path by setting clear goals and pursuing them with determination without waiting for validation from others. 3. Create a sense of absence. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? If you're always readily available, people might take you for granted. In our busy world, time is a precious commodity. By occasionally being unavailable, you allow others to recognize and appreciate your presence more. For instance, don't always be the first to respond to messages or drop everything to meet up. Let people experience your absence and realize your value. 4. Set boundaries on availability. Are you the person who says yes to everything? It's time to change that. Constantly saying yes can lead people to take your time for granted. Seneca, another Stoic thinker, reminds us to own our time and use it wisely. Learning to say no respectfully helps you prioritize your needs and ensures that your availability is valued. For example, if you're swamped with work, it's okay to decline a last-minute invitation. Respecting your own time teaches others to do the same. 5. Let others initiate conversations. In our hyper-communicative world, it might seem strange to stop initiating conversations, but Stoicism values listening more than speaking. By allowing others to start conversations, you show that you value their thoughts and opinions. This practice fosters deeper connections and makes you more appreciated. Try this. Next time, wait for your friends to reach out first. You'll learn a lot by listening and observing. 6. Embrace patience. Patience is a virtue, and in Stoicism, it's a powerful tool. In a world driven by immediate gratification and constant distractions, the ability to wait calmly is rare and admirable. Patience isn't about being passive. It's about maintaining emotional control and composure. By showing patience, you project strength and stability, making others appreciate your presence more. For instance, in stressful situations at work, stay calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively. 7. Keep a little mystery. Think of the last great movie you watched. What kept you hooked? The unfolding mystery. Similarly, maintaining a bit of mystery about yourself can make others more interested in you. Stoicism teaches self-discipline and the importance of controlling how much you reveal. By gradually sharing your thoughts and experiences, you keep others intrigued and focused on you. For example, instead of sharing everything about your weekend, leave out a few details and let others ask questions. Encourage others to invest in you. Allowing others to contribute to your life helps build stronger bonds. When people offer advice, assistance, or support, they feel valued and appreciated. Stoicism emphasizes our interdependence, and by letting others help you, you enrich your relationships. This mutual investment creates a virtuous cycle of respect and value. For example, ask a colleague for their input on a project or accept help when offered, showing that you value their contribution. 9. Focus on quality over quantity. In relationships, Stoicism advises focusing on the quality of interactions rather than the quantity. Deep, meaningful conversations and connections are more valuable than numerous superficial interactions. By investing time in cultivating genuine relationships, you ensure that your presence is truly valued. For instance, instead of attending every social event, spend quality time with a close friend, having deep conversations and truly connecting. 10. Practice generosity. Generosity, whether it's in the form of time, resources, or knowledge, can greatly enhance your value to others. Stoicism encourages us to help others without expecting anything in return. This act of selflessness builds strong bonds and makes others more likely to value and prioritize you. Remember, true wealth lies in meaningful relationships. For example, volunteer your time to help a friend with a move or share your expertise without expecting anything in return. Conclusion. Applying these Stoic principles can significantly impact how others perceive and value you. The goal is to foster genuine connections and build relationships based on mutual respect and integrity. By practicing these strategies, you can navigate modern life's complexities while staying true to yourself. Remember, the essence of Stoicism lies not just in transforming your relationships with others, but in transforming your relationships. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. Say wiser so I know you watched till the end. Subscribe to our channel for more insights. Thank you for your attention. Be wiser, and until next time. And celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. Artistes de boutique, c'est ça, the titan de the circus som. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. Nasin, time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, Stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past, not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, If you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors, who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge, and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others, and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, if a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle, to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating, as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work, listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, if you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, if you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure, remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial political or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. Balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance. Simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field, where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust. It means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges and breakthroughs and track your own evolution over time. 89. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions and consequences that shape your life journey rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection, introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. Trust the process and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward.
Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 94.2. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't, they're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. the way we express ourselves and how others perceive it, are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words, it's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle. It was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control. Doing my best work with integrity, I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice. It was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions, and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Offenentes överträffen. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turn to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed, not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why, until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
Ten alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality, but toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart. Acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace? Or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Ever thought you truly understand women? Think you can decipher their desires, fears, and dreams? You might be surprised. Women are intricate, filled with nuances and contradictions. Are you ready to uncover some eye-opening truths that could transform your relationships, or are you bracing for a rude awakening? Number 1, women are not perfect. Just like men, women have flaws, make mistakes, and sometimes act irrationally. Embracing this reality is crucial for a healthy relationship. If you expect perfection, frustration is inevitable. Instead, cherish her imperfections. Love her wholly, mistakes and all. Remember, you're not perfect either. Relationships thrive on mutual acceptance and the ability to love despite flaws. For example, imagine your partner forgot your anniversary. Instead of reacting with anger, consider how you might have overlooked an important date in the past. Discuss it openly, acknowledging that everyone has moments of forgetfulness. By sharing your imperfections, you create a space where both of you can be vulnerable and authentic. In another scenario, she might make a decision you don't understand, like leaving a job she seemed to love. Instead of immediately criticizing, ask about her feelings and reasons. You might learn she felt unfulfilled and needed a change. Supporting her through this shows that you respect her choices and understand that everyone's journey includes twists and turns. Cherishing imperfections means laughing at the quirks that make her unique, like her inability to cook anything without burning it, or her habit of singing off-key in the shower. These are the traits that make her who she is, and by loving her wholly, you build a foundation of genuine acceptance and deep, lasting love. Number 2, they need emotional support. 2. Men aren't the only ones who need emotional support. Women face their own battles and need a partner who offers understanding and encouragement. Be there for her during tough times, listen without judgment, and show her that she can rely on you. This mutual support will forge a strong bond built on trust and respect. For instance, if she comes home upset about a conflict at work, resist the urge to offer immediate solutions. Instead, listen attentively and validate her feelings by saying, "That sounds really tough. I'm here for you." Share in her emotional experience rather than trying to fix it. This demonstrates your empathy and strengthens your connection. Consider a time when she's anxious about a big presentation. Offer to help her practice or simply reassure her of her capabilities. These gestures show that you're attentive to her emotional needs and committed to her well-being. Being a rock in challenging times builds a resilient and supportive partnership. Number 3, women value independence. Women cherish their independence and appreciate partners who respect their need for personal space. Encourage her to pursue her passions, support her career, and avoid being overly possessive. A healthy relationship thrives when both individuals grow and explore their paths while supporting each other. For example, if she loves painting, encourage her to take that art class she's been eyeing. Or if her career requires frequent travel, express your support rather than frustration. This respect for her independence allows her to flourish and feel valued as an individual, not just as a partner. One couple I know has a tradition of solo weekends, where each partner takes time to pursue their interests independently. This practice not only rejuvenates their personal passions, but also brings fresh energy and stories into their relationship, enhancing their bond. Number 4, they are not your property. Women are not possessions. They have their own thoughts, feelings, and desires. Treating her as your property is a grave mistake. A relationship should be built on mutual respect and trust, allowing both partners the freedom to be themselves. True love liberates, it doesn't confine. Imagine you're at a party and she's engaged in a deep conversation with a friend. Instead of feeling possessive or interrupting, give her space and trust. This respect acknowledges her autonomy and shows your confidence in your relationship. Similarly, when making decisions, involve her as an equal partner. Whether it's about financial matters or vacation plans, valuing her input reinforces the principle that your relationship is a partnership of equals. Number 5, women are not mind readers. Expecting her to know what you want without saying it is unrealistic. If you need something, be clear and direct. Communicate openly and honestly. Women appreciate straightforwardness and clarity. Effective communication builds stronger, lasting relationships. For instance, if you're feeling overwhelmed and need some alone time, say, "I need a few hours to myself to recharge." This clarity prevents misunderstandings and helps her understand your needs better. A friend once shared how his habit of assuming his wife knew he needed quiet time led to frequent conflicts. Once he started expressing his needs clearly, their relationship improved dramatically. Open communication fosters understanding and minimizes unnecessary friction. Number 6, they don't always want your opinion. Sometimes women just need someone to listen, not to solve their problems. Recognize when she needs to vent and when she seeks your advice. Offer a listening ear, validate her feelings, and provide support without unsolicited solutions. This empathy strengthens your bond. For example, if she's recounting a frustrating day with her boss, avoid jumping in with advice like, "You should confront him." Instead say, "That sounds really frustrating. I'm sorry you had to deal with that." This approach shows empathy and allows her to feel heard and understood. A colleague once mentioned how his wife appreciated him more when he simply listened without offering solutions. By distinguishing between when to listen and when to advise, you show that you truly care about her feelings. Number 7, they are not prizes to be won. Approaching women as if they're trophies to be won is toxic. Women are individuals with their own desires and needs. Build a connection based on genuine respect and understanding. Focus on who she is as a person, not what you can gain from her. Consider how degrading it is to reduce a relationship to a conquest. Instead, approach each interaction with the goal of understanding her as a unique individual. Ask about her passions, dreams, and fears. Show genuine interest in her as a person, not as an achievement. A friend once shared how he transformed his dating life by shifting his focus from impressing women to genuinely getting to know them. This change in perspective led to deeper, more meaningful relationships based on mutual respect and connection. Number 8, they're not your mother. Expecting a woman to take care of you like a mother is unfair. Women need space, attention, and support too. Learn to be independent and solve your problems. A healthy relationship is based on reciprocity, not dependency. For example, if you've had a long day at work, instead of expecting her to cater to you, consider sharing household responsibilities equally. This shows that you value her time and effort and fosters a sense of partnership. One couple I know established a system where they take turns handling daily chores and supporting each other emotionally. This balance ensures that neither partner feels overburdened, creating a more harmonious relationship. Number 9, women appreciate effort. Small acts of kindness, thoughtful dates, and remembering important moments show that you care. Consistent effort in maintaining the relationship demonstrates your commitment and investment. It's the little things that make a big difference. For instance, leaving a sweet note in her bag before she heads to work or planning a surprise date night can go a long way in showing your appreciation. These gestures communicate love and thoughtfulness, reinforcing the bond between you. A friend shared how his habit of surprising his wife with her favorite treats after a tough day significantly strengthened their relationship. These small, consistent efforts show that you're paying attention and genuinely care about her happiness. Number 10, they are not therapists. While women can provide support, they are not your therapists. If you're struggling with personal issues, seek professional help. Don't burden your partner with the responsibility of your emotional well-being. Your happiness is your responsibility. For example, if you're dealing with deep-seated issues like depression or anxiety, seeking help from a therapist rather than relying solely on your partner is crucial. This approach not only helps you address your problems more effectively, but also prevents overwhelming her with the burden of your emotional struggles. A colleague once mentioned how seeing a therapist improved both his mental health and his relationship. By taking responsibility for his emotional well-being, he was able to be a better, more supportive partner. Number 11, communication styles may differ. Men and women often communicate differently. Men may focus on solutions, while women value emotional expression. Adapt to these differences to improve your communication. Practice active listening and empathy to foster better understanding. For example, if she's sharing her feelings about a stressful event rather than jumping in with solutions, try to empathize with her emotions. Say things like, "I can see how that would be really hard for you." This shows that you're not only hearing her words, but also understanding her feelings. Number 12, women value emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is crucial in connecting with women. Understand and manage your emotions, show empathy, and handle relationships wisely. This depth of connection fosters a more meaningful and lasting relationship. For instance, if you're feeling frustrated about something unrelated, recognize this emotion and communicate it constructively rather than lashing out. Say, "I had a tough day at work and I'm feeling a bit stressed. Can we talk about it?" A couple I know practices regular emotional check-ins where they discuss their feelings and support each other's emotional health. This practice has strengthened their relationship by fostering a deep understanding and connection. Number 13, they are not all the same. Women are diverse and unique. Avoid stereotypes and recognize their individual personalities, experiences, and perspectives. Each woman has her own dreams and insecurities. Respect these differences and appreciate the uniqueness of each woman. For example, one woman might be passionate about hiking and adventure, while another finds joy in reading and quiet evenings at home. Embrace these differences and celebrate what makes her unique. Show interest in her hobbies and support her passions. A friend shared how understanding and celebrating his partner's unique interests, like her love for gardening, deepened their bond. By appreciating her individuality, he created a more enriching and fulfilling relationship. Number 14, they're not your savior. Women aren't here to fix you. Personal growth and happiness are your responsibilities. A healthy relationship provides support, but is not the source of your happiness. Focus on your own development and let her be a companion, not a savior. For instance, if you're feeling lost in your career, take proactive steps to seek guidance and improve your situation, rather than relying on her to provide all the answers. This approach demonstrates self-reliance and maturity. One man I know began focusing on his personal growth through hobbies and career development. This shift not only improved his self-esteem, but also enhanced his relationship, as he no longer placed the burden of his happiness on his partner. Number 15, they value mutual respect. Mutual respect is the foundation of a healthy relationship. Treat her with the same respect you expect. Value her opinions, respect her boundaries, and appreciate her individuality. This respect creates a safe and supportive environment for both partners to grow. For example, if she sets a boundary about needing time for herself after work, honor that boundary. This respect shows that you value her needs and are willing to support her well-being. A couple I know prioritizes mutual respect by regularly discussing their boundaries and ensuring they're both comfortable and supported. This practice has cultivated a trusting and respectful relationship where both partners feel valued. Facing these realities might be challenging, but understanding them is key to building meaningful relationships. Women are complex beings, full of strength and wisdom. Recognizing and respecting these truths will help you forge connections built on trust, love, and respect. Embrace imperfections, offer emotional support, and respect independence. See your partner as an equal, not a possession, and communicate openly and clearly. Effort and emotional intelligence are vital. Small gestures and managing your emotions foster a healthier dynamic. Avoid stereotypes and appreciate each woman's individuality. Mutual respect is the cornerstone of a strong relationship. By internalizing these realities, you lay the foundation for a relationship that thrives on trust, love, and mutual growth.
Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign: they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign: subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign: their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign: they avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Fifth sign: They give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. 6th sign, they avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign, they're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule, it was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. 8th sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, "Well, actually," every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign, they're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.
Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who achieve mastery from those who merely dabble? What if the secret to unlocking your full potential lies in a blend of ancient wisdom and modern emotional intelligence? In a world that is constantly evolving, the ability to adapt, learn, and grow is more important than ever. This guide will explore how principles of Stoicism and emotional intelligence can transform your approach to learning and self-improvement. From setting clear goals to embracing challenges, discover how these timeless philosophies can help you navigate your personal and professional journey with resilience and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the keys to lifelong growth and success. Learn from the best. Learning from successful individuals can provide valuable insights and strategies. Stoics believe in learning from the wise and virtuous, while emotional intelligence involves recognizing and emulating the emotional skills of successful people. Follow industry leaders on social media, read their books or biographies, and watch their interviews or talks. Study their habits, mindset, and strategies, and apply these lessons to your own life. For example, if a successful entrepreneur attributes their success to a morning routine, try incorporating similar practices into your day. Connecting with mentors and joining professional networks can also provide guidance and support. These relationships offer opportunities to learn from the experiences of others and gain feedback on your own progress. By learning from the best, you can accelerate your growth and achieve your goals more effectively. Set clear and specific goals. Setting clear, specific goals provides direction and motivation. Stoicism teaches us to set goals based on our values and remain focused on our purpose. Emotional intelligence helps you set realistic goals and maintain the motivation to achieve them. Instead of a vague goal like get fit, set a specific goal such as run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes within 3 months. Create a training plan and track your progress weekly. This approach helps you stay focused and measure your progress, making it easier to stay motivated and achieve your goals. By setting clear and specific goals, you provide yourself with a roadmap for success. This clarity helps you stay focused, motivated, and resilient, especially during challenging times. Adapt to change. Adaptability is crucial in a rapidly evolving world. Stoics view change as a natural part of life and teach us to respond to it with tranquility. Emotional intelligence involves being adaptable and resilient, using change as an opportunity for growth. If your industry undergoes significant changes, such as new technology or regulations, take courses or seek training to stay updated. Embrace these changes as opportunities to grow and innovate, rather than as obstacles. By being flexible and open to change, you stay relevant and seize new opportunities as they arise. This adaptability enhances your resilience and enables you to thrive in a constantly changing environment. Prioritize and manage time efficiently. Effective time management is crucial for prioritizing learning and practice. Allocate specific periods each day to your growth activities, ensuring consistent progress. Stoic time management involves focusing on what is essential and eliminating distractions, while emotional intelligence helps you balance tasks and manage stress. Use a planner or digital calendar to schedule dedicated time for learning and practice. Break your day into blocks, assigning each block to specific activities to ensure balanced time management. This approach helps you stay organized, reduce stress, and make steady progress towards your goals. By managing your time efficiently, you create a structured environment that supports continuous learning and improvement. This discipline not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a sense of accomplishment and well-being. Consistent deliberate practice is key to mastering any skill. It's not just about the hours you put in, but about being intentional and committed to improvement. Stoicism teaches us the value of discipline and perseverance, while emotional intelligence emphasizes self-awareness and emotional regulation to stay focused and motivated. If you're learning a musical instrument, for example, set aside time each day for focused practice. Break down complex pieces into manageable sections and track your progress over time. Regular practice helps you build muscle memory and refine your technique, leading to steady improvement. Approach your practice with a clear plan and specific goals. Whether it's improving your speed, accuracy, or expression, having defined objectives helps you stay motivated and measure your progress. Reflect on your practice sessions, noting what went well and what needs improvement. This self-awareness is crucial for continuous growth. By committing to consistent practice, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve mastery. This approach not only enhances your skills, but also builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning and personal development. Seek feedback and mentorship. Regularly seeking feedback and learning from mentors can accelerate your growth. Constructive feedback helps identify areas for improvement, while mentorship provides guidance and support. Stoicism encourages seeking wisdom from those more experienced, and emotional intelligence values feedback for personal development. Find a mentor in your field who can provide regular guidance. Join professional networks or groups where you can share experiences and receive feedback. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By seeking feedback and mentorship, you create a supportive environment for learning and development. This network not only enhances your personal and professional growth, but also provides a sense of community and belonging. Maintain a positive attitude. A positive and optimistic mindset fuels motivation, resilience, and perseverance. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and focusing on what you can control. Emotional intelligence helps you stay positive and manage emotions effectively, even in difficult situations. Practice gratitude daily by writing down 3 things you're thankful for. Surround yourself with positive influences and engage in activities that uplift your mood and outlook. This positive attitude helps you navigate challenges and setbacks effectively. By maintaining a positive attitude, you create an environment that supports continuous growth and resilience. This optimism enables you to face challenges with confidence and persist in your journey towards lifelong learning and self-improvement. Stay humble and open-minded. Humility and openness are essential for continuous improvement. Staying humble keeps you grounded and receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Stoicism values humility, recognizing that pride can be a barrier to growth, while emotional intelligence encourages openness to feedback and diverse viewpoints. Regularly seek feedback from colleagues or peers, attend conferences, and be open to learning from those with different experiences. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By staying humble and open-minded, you cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. This attitude enables you to embrace new opportunities and challenges with confidence, leading to greater personal and professional. Develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset involves embracing challenges, viewing failures as learning opportunities, and staying dedicated to self-improvement. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles of accepting what we cannot change and focusing on what we can control. Emotional intelligence helps you manage setbacks with resilience and use them as opportunities for growth. If you fail at a project, analyze what went wrong, learn from the experience, and apply those lessons to future endeavors. Celebrate small victories and recognize your progress, as this helps build momentum and maintain motivation. By developing a growth mindset, you cultivate a positive attitude towards learning and improvement. This mindset enables you to tackle challenges with confidence and persist in the face of adversity, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment. Commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. It keeps your mind sharp, enhances adaptability, and broadens your skill set. From a Stoic perspective, wisdom is a continuous pursuit. Emotional intelligence fosters curiosity and openness to new ideas, promoting empathy and understanding. To commit to lifelong learning, integrate educational activities into your routine. Attend workshops and seminars, read diverse books, and take online courses on platforms like Coursera or Udemy. Joining a book club or discussion group can expand your perspectives and engage you with others. Embrace lifelong learning with enthusiasm. Each new piece of knowledge is a step towards greater wisdom and understanding. By committing to this journey, you enhance your capabilities and cultivate a mindset of continuous growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning and personal growth is not just a strategy for success. It is a way of life. By integrating the timeless wisdom of Stoicism with the insights of emotional intelligence, you can cultivate a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and ever curious, whether it's through consistent practice, setting clear goals, or staying humble and open-minded. Each step you take on this journey contributes to your overall development. Remember, the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is a continuous process. There will always be new challenges to face, lessons to learn, and opportunities to grow. By committing to these principles, you not only enhance your skills and capabilities, but also enrich your life with purpose and fulfillment. Stay curious, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to your journey of lifelong learning. In doing so, you will not only achieve mastery in your endeavors, but also cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and lasting success.